And hello to everyone out there. Today, it is I, Deoxoyomi, and it's so good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well on this lovely Wednesday. I am awake. I got home as soon as I got from work and just took a nap. And Wednesdays, I take usually on Wednesdays, I take the most... I've been looking at the new Twitch rules. I have not. I'm probably not too surprised if it is something stupid, though. But I'm usually a very sleepy panda whenever I get home. Nude art now allowed. Ah, so they finally relented because... Okay, that's funny. People are drawing big fat, huh? Well, that's lovely. Well, I'm glad they we finally relented on that ever since people are just kind of like, hi, remember this? It's like, God, what was it? Like, literally just this woman just being like, look at my boobs as they jiggle. And it's just like, yeah, Twitch, what do you want to do about that? Oh my God, wait. Quick question. Does this do anything? I really hope it does, because otherwise I would have just, transitioned into nothingness. And I think I may have gotten warmer. But instead, it's just fine. After all, what matters is that I can at least tell you, Zeth, how much I just want to be able to smooch on your forehead and tell you that you're doing it just a good enough job, that you're having a good enough day, and that I'm here to make you feel all the better. Because guess what? You are more than enough. Yeah, it's fine. I was kind of doubtful if that would have worked. It's not that big of a deal. It was very much last minute idea of what I was wanting to do. So I was just like, would this work? But if it doesn't work, it's just kind of like, whatever. Anyways, today was a little bit. Today was good, if not also a little bit stressful. It was more stressful in the sense of it's the last day that I really get to see one of my, actually, literally my immediate supervisor. It's the last day that I would be able to see her in the office. And admittedly, it's been, for me, it's rather emotional because it is just kind of like, you know, it's just like, I really like this coworker. I really do like her because, you know, it's like, I like her a lot. And it's like, she retires on the 22nd, if I recall. So she's just like almost, she's basically just like almost out the door. But, so I literally did really nothing in terms of work, which I already planned on that for today because I was just like, eh. The other thing that we did was just quite literally just learn more about verification for FAFSAs, which is a very tedious process. It's like, oh god, it's like, luckily I'm used to them, but there are plenty of other people that are just like horrified by it, and I'm just like, I don't know. Going into the office though and being able to talk to some of my coworkers definitely is, it's nice. It's something I don't mind doing once a week. Especially right now where I'm kind of like in this really obsessed mode right now where I'm just being like, oh my god. And admittedly, I do feel like I'm getting a lot more reassurance about about the fact that I should be getting this job position. Because it's like, every time I talk to some of the coworkers in which I'm like a lot closer to, they always, like, they're hearing other people basically just being like, so, you know, like, so isn't that guy gonna be basically like taking over her position? Like, literally just like being like, okay, isn't he just gonna become the new Elsa, essentially? And it's just like, oh, I'm so glad that other people see this. It's just like, literally, it's just being like, okay, this is good. But yeah, so I feel pretty good. This week, next week is gonna get even worse in terms of wanting to do work because it's like, a lot of people are already taking all of that week off. Things are really gonna start slowing down. I'm probably gonna just focus a lot more on just like other bullshit things that I can do with work. I don't know, this is a good time for me. This is definitely like me being like, I could not care about a lot of things right now. But I'm already late. Unless you're watching this from like one of my VOD dumps, then you're not late at all. Because VODs don't care about when you do anything. Alright, let's get started. Let's get going. We can get started finally. And finishing. Did you know that climax is not a word that you can put in your title, by the way? Apparently, I can't say climax as my Twitch title. So I had to actually figure out a synonym for climax because I was just like, because this is the climax of the first half of the story. And I was trying to hit the whole done thing, right? Climax. Stop it. Now I'd rather make fun of it where it's just like I can't say the word and so I have to think of a different word. And so it's just like, because it's stupid, because it's like, it's an actual literary term. And they can't, and because they're just like, oh, you might be talking about ejaculation, which is something that's just so terrible. And it's just like, I'm just like, okay. I'm like, okay, Twitch, whatever. It's like, alright. Right. Okay. Also, Raffi, I am surprised you haven't pushed the button. Unless you literally have just run out of points. I don't see you running out of points, though. Blaze, hello! How are you doing, Blaze? Look, I went shop. I was distracted by days. Look. Look, I went shopping yesterday. No, actually, it was yesterday. I went shopping yesterday. I want to be able to eat these cookies again. Indeed. You're glad that I ended up sleeping a little bit later than I intended. Because I always sleep afterward when I go in the office. Because I always get very tuckered out, and I'm always just like, ugh, I don't want to deal with this. Right. Ugh. A little eepy, though, as I'm eating dinner and getting comfy. Oh, go get comfy, then. Be a comfy, be a comfy. Okay, we're gonna continue.
The adventure of the unspeakable story. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
Oh, it just wants a hug. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country. And in Saseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Of course it would be furries. Anyways, the 15th of April, 9:13 a.m., Norhuddle's legal consultancy. Aw, looks so cozy. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about how you could, like, do telegram in ye olden times, and just imagining these, like... And just imagining these, like, messengers just coming to your house just to give you a sticker that somebody just gave you. And they're always just so confused, because they're just like, I don't want, they just keep giving themselves stickers. It's supposed to be a message servicing. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Look at that! They have the U in behavior. Susato-san? Yes? Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see, what case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Ira said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholm's suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today? Here we go again. Anything to say to her? So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. It was just a sticker! Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring little telegram. The sticker wasn't even interesting. It wasn't horny or any... That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. Soseki-san! I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Also, hello, Chozo. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case.
The Reaper.
What is it that they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London? Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Guys, hi! How are you doing, you silly boy? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. Almost like as if only half the story is being done. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Baku, how dare you? Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spat trials then. Ugh, just my luck. And just his luck for having 2 losses under some newbie. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Have you seen my armband? Anyways, no, we're moving. We're getting breakfast now. Let's go downstairs for breakfast.
The 15th of April, Shrub Street.
Morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. I was just enjoying this. Someone is murdering this tune. It's being absolutely savaged. Someone stop that man. Good morning, Iris. Iris. What is it, Runo? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat's being strangled. Yeah. You noticed that, did you?
How could we not notice?
Hurley isn't the best form this morning, it seems. Hello? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much to trouble. Kitty! Oh look! It's Wagga Hi! It's Wagga Hi! Hi! Something more interesting! Good morning, boy. Oh! That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. I'm sure that'll not come into play or any kind of significance later. But how did it get there? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast! Wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. I forgot about it. The funny thing is that I already know how this case ends, and I already know what's the climax point of that case. And it's just really funny. Anyways, this will come into Wanting to die. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melisonic tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. God forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotions! Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. That's not what I mean. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, dear. Ugh, why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... your desk looks rather empty today. Well done, Mr. Sato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale in significance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Winnebank now. Sorry, it's at a Wendy Bank? No, Wendy Banks. It's pawnbrokery. Pawn... what? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine of your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. Is it? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh? What's to understand exactly? How pawnbroking works. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in turn, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they'd earned. I had no idea. It's been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Winnebank's, you see? pawnbrokery can be thought as an extremely secure vault. I would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain. Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? Yeah, don't you, Mr. Sholmes? You son of a... What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into this new home, then. Yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owners completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their muse is empty as the hearts of the muses. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Thorin, hello! Well, I don't mind because Waggy is adorable. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you notice? You are observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the Cat Flappomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it just been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. What was that? Like a hi? What was that? Oh no! Like a hi's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Shom's precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I know. Mr. Shom's really isn't in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Assessing the damage! So this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Altonia Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Panagini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music to tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none! Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Mr. Sato-san? Oh, Susie's right! Yeah, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. What? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? Mr. Sholmes, you're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivari. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner. I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Iris? What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windibank's until last week. At the pawnbroker's? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my great antoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. My ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw. A fine state of affairs this is, and why I would say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying won't get you nowhere. Sorry. Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? You must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you don't
to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fresh your eggs even more obtusely.
Alright, say no more, let's go. Don't worry, Bruno, I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokers look like. I'm assuming you were done talking to you. Yes, okay.
To Baker Street.
Oh, we can just go straight to it. Alright, so we're just gonna go straight to the pawnbroker. Because there's no reason for us to go to the street, we need to go here. Is this... So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes, you can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure.
Clearly, Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the sparks of fury in his eyes.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome?
Well, yes, you are potential customers after all.
We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Winterbank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot.
You might want to give him actually a little bit more of a... the violin. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago.
Yes.
The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Winterbank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, an inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. I shall have to take my own life.
I don't think that will be necessary, do you?
If I may just say one thing before I pop off.
Got the running animation for him. I know. It's so yes.
It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe.
Sorry.
As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I had... Oh, here it is.
You did? Will I walk into... Hi, Sim. Oh, an overdramatic person.
And when I turned to convert you, to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or gross any longer. May this guilt die with me.
Stop, my dear fellow. This fault is mine. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy.
Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you?
Haha, I do believe you might be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose.
You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past.
Oh, peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? An unpublished? A story I haven't yet to read, you mean?
Forgive me.
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. God. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Susasan is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see.
I should like to entrust this into your care for a while, Mr. Windabank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more.
It houses something of great value indeed. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. Also, how are you doing, Sim? I hope you're doing well.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay you a fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course! They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
It's all very strange. I wonder, can I ask you something?
Ah, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that's sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry.
But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
My 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I pays their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense for me is to end it all.
The very idea, Mr. Windabank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. Let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device with which Mr. Windabank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windabank? What's that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop.
Yeah, I have an example I can show you.
Oh. Ah yes, a print from the camera is set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Poor Bruno, I know. Also, I need to... There we go. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. So you see, were someone to enter the premise with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate.
I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late.
Beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word.
It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but two cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older.
Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price.
Don't heaven help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin.
Oh, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winterbank.
Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer.
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
Fear not.
Sorry.
I only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself would be possibly harmed.
That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank.
It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Oh. There seems to be a little door hidden behind the curtain there. That leads to the storage room where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larceny activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it in a small pot, which he slides under his bed.
How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes?
I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither cared for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are wonderful. And the prime suspect of this pawnbroker is ever burgled. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windibank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windibank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speedy belaying. The speed belaying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd... blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Ugh. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Look at this! What could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. I'm rather sleepy, but doing okay. Aw, sleepy Sim. This particular specimen is of a larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside of which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness. What a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Also, hello, Baku. Don't think I didn't see your ASMR. It was just a matter of me realizing that you had ASMR request. I hope you're doing well, you sweet bean. I would give you such hugs if I could, but for now I need to inspect the shelf. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches, almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags and everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn the black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. Look at this! Whatever could it be used for? Ugh. Sorry, that was wrong. I have no idea. There's a small catch just here, look! We're going to open it, aren't we? My, that's amazing! That's some sort of spring-loaded mechanism. Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What, us? Nothing! Nothing at all! Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. I should be delighted to. Excuse me for a moment while I have just a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see this image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see it at once! Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of death is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. I guess we also look at the day, but you know, whatever. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April, today's date.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the page. I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date.
The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windibank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before?
Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh, yes. I can see you're very dedicated to your job.
What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article's barely worth a penny, miss. I can't offer more.
Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you ever had a proper butcher's at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Oh, look. Wait, don't we know... I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes, it's the young lady. Miss from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Well, you remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us, nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel. Sorry, coat, have ya? What's it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Good day. Unless I'm much mistaken, you would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes? So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbeck on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Not my business. Come on, I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone.
Sorry, but as I said, there's really no room for negotiation here.
What's that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? And you, go on, leave me alone! Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Sasson can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of a person who would use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on a dive, did she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose, sometimes. I'm not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But not this time, alright? I swear, that thing belongs to me. Just that Mr. Winterbeck is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this.
Asking you!
Mr. Winterbeck, what exactly is this little disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside of music box.
In a music box? What? You don't even know what a music box is? Eastern law ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of these discs before.
The same protrusions on a metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautifully music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music boxes, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah, I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. I am already offered more than I should at a penny.
That's a pack of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... He who? Never you mind, it just ain't right, that's all. The disc's worth good money, I know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? She's been in here before, of course, the little tatterdemani.
Tatterdemmelon. Tatterdemmelon? Whatever. I see.
And brought some dubious articles or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the dish she brought in today?
Well, if only if it were that simple.
Sorry, what do you mean?
What she actually brought me was a storage ticket.
A storage ticket? So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight.
Well, she gave me the ticket for and repaid both the loan and the interest.
I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Winterbank.
Well, Scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh. What's wrong with it? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about this disc then? How does that come into all this?
The disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price. The new article to pawn.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, yes, you say.
For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this dish, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. It's all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up, I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask you to deposit the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me... It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. This gentleman. Oh. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? as well as a pickpocket. Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker?
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. My. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's. Oh, it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail as I eat this cookie. No. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now.
Oh, I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I have been targeted by these back slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat.
Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shan't have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on. Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
What about evidence? Yeah? Where's your evidence that I stole something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. What? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibake's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant!
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine.
But why not?
Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then, how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Of course, it's...
Professor. Yes, that's right. All the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt.
A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windbang.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
I love how he's looking at Sholmes. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes, now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. A date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I gave the storage ticket to the customer.
When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article?
That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as the requested fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt. The article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor.
Well, perfectly correct information, sir.
But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt. He's so pompous. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. Might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps, anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer, well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Edgar Benedict. What's your name? Peter Griffin. Peter Griffin. Enchante. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him.
So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Edgar Benedict, sir.
My throat. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pocket, if you please, broker.
Oh, but of course, sir. Here's the disc for you.
Just this one.
Pardon, sir? I was expecting another, that is, I deposited another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says you who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Ugh. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. My, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on it. I found it first, alright. I mean, it belongs to me old man. You're not having it. Oh, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off of me again. So you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this just so important to her? The music box has been entered into the court record. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't! He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. Ugh, what do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Mr. Shobes, I need your help. Mr. Shobes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Surely you've not about to tell us that you've solved this entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, when my genius for deduction to be commoditized. How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if this will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here?
Listen to the deduction!
Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, true jit's supposed to be there to help straight away, not an hour later. Harsh.
And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Egbert Benedict. You have in my eyes a veritable encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbroker today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? Ow. He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. You know, I actually don't remember this one very well. The game is afoot. Topic 1. The Mystery Man's Aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured on this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop today in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutch to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. You utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak, of course, is the missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane might be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wood tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? Well, And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of my next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? As your reaction betrays the truth, the handle which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Conclusion: the tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. On to topic 2. The Great Crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. But we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, your fervid glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop with such as this, as covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in a very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devise a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, the picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you're quite lost me. Currently, in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. To steal the Great Exhibition's reserve funds. That is the final conclusion. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. An impressive, upbeat deduction for a detective's racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what was in its vaults? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does, now that you've revealed the secret. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He's already has plenty of shovels here, after all.
My life, I say, I'm not so unscrupulous.
Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to the Great Deduction again and see if we can massage it into place. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logical and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1, Mystery Man's Aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Hello. Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade, height 5'2". Green cat, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness. There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline, 15th of April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all this information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? Info about Miss Lestrade.
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. You're too sleepy to follow along. It's okay, Sim. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windibank's Pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutch to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak of is, of course, the missing ferrule. What's a furl? It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly, and Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't, though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane Mr. Benedict would rather we didn't know. How about the fact that it's the initialing? Look here, Miss Susato. There's some letters on the handle. Yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane obviously... Oh. HE? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
It's the initialing!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a king bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you've had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. Recoil says something wrong. In your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Happy! Hello! How are you doing, you lovely bean? I hope you're doing well. Oh my goodness, is my shadow thing not working? Oh no, how are you doing, Happy? I hope you're doing well. Hi Raiders, I'm Yomi. Welcome to the Panda Parlor. Currently we're playing some wonderful Ace Attorney. And also thank you so much for the Paulo Piero Von Windit. Hope you're doing well. Hold on. I swear to God, don't. It is. It's down. Of course it is. I'm fixing this. Excuse me. I'm gonna take like the 5 seconds it'll take me to fix this. Logging in. Excuse me as I do this really quite fast now. I do. Just a bit of a. Oh gosh. Oh, that's not what I needed. I need the other thing. That's what I need. Of course it's turned off, because why wouldn't it be? Because, you know, clearly I wanted it turned off for some random reason. Okay. Now it should work. There we are. Gotta BRB real quick though. Yeah, you're probably, yeah, be right back, you cutie. I know you've just been streaming all this. I know you've been streaming and having a good time. Alright, let's try and fix this. Ah, split seam, is it? Oh, The seam on the shoulder there is coming apart, look! So it is. You know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounds a bit like a tiny growl. But now I think it was probably the sound of the seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought.
Well, the ripped seam, you say?
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so badly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket, this catalog of untruth has all been for one very specific purpose. Actually, that is actually one of the more prominent points of this. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. Gah! But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. To abscond with a redeemed item. Topic 2, the great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, design a wheeze to filch some tawdry article upon it. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details, Niskapa? I probably fucked up that French. I know what it kinda is supposed to, whatever. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you're only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your fervent glance is more telling than I could have hoped. Well, let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounds rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? I mean, it's probably literally just... What about the notelet? Hold on. Look at this, Miss Susato. It appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor! Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. And in an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see.
Well, there it is then. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet for he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusations against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from the pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, as much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you have very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? No idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny. And yet, this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps you already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we really? I'd have to throw a look at all the evidence we collected so far. You mean the only evidence we have? Hold on. Hello. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck on the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like someone's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? The music box disc said information has been updated. Well, we found the reasoning!
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads, For McGilded. Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, through his loan mongering, demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came into this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. To acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Deduction complete. Elementary. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Actually, maybe I should give him a much more voice. Let me try that for a bit if he talks again. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Wilbank told us earlier, today was the final day at which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would have been precisely 2 months since it was first deposited.
Well, today is 15th of April, so 2 months ago today.
Would have been 15th of February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposit at 10:30 p.m., I see.
What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th February. It's precisely a day in which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening. It's precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggesting is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. I'm giving him this voice.
You are of course at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box.
What do I do?
Absolutely not!
There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank.
This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If it were to happen, I shall have to take my own life.
Mr. Windibank, no! Alright, that's enough.
Gregson?
Inspector Gregson!
Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my own very own establishment.
He's pointing at the wrong guy with that gun. I know! I don't know what's wrong with him. Also, Happy, how was Deep Rock Galactic for you, sweetie? Now I want bacon and eggs because of this guy.
It would seem you have the upper hand. Oh.
Sorry.
Right, you lot haven't got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy.
Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met with his end.
Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell. Oh dear. The whole of Britain could have met with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on.
What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson.
Oh, I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector.
Oh! He's getting away!
Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer, too! Sir! He just, his way through things, didn't he? There's been a spat of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we've fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed.
Now I want fish and chips. God, that reminds me of the fish and chips that I got at Flawed. Those were so good.
Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning.
Oh, yes?
I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine.
Sorry, miss.
But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. And so we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson, and were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street.
To be continued.
Actually, yeah, we could do like one more part. We are saving our progress.
Yes!
Investigation Part 2 is now afoot. Oh! 15th of April, Breaker Street. See, that's why I ate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Really, Miss Lestrade, tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? My, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scupper. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling like it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really want was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc. But Mr. Winterberg said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another brash. Give him a long, odd stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Winterbanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. Police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Winterbank. That is mine. I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in the coat pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what that rotten cove said, eh? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No, ta. Oh? Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting.
Once she had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come.
Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you now.
Oh, how exciting. What is it?
You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato, until later.
Well, I guess we're just going to the suite then. Well, time to go to the suite and see what else we need to do. 15th of April, 3:46 p.m., Shulm's suite. Ah, Susie, Bruno, come in, come in! Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes! After all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on, you'll never guess.
Look at those little eyes of hers shining.
Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Jeannie! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional.
Oh, yes, that does sound like fun.
I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate, are you, Mr. Naruhodo?
By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Shulm's up to?
Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back.
Hello, Mr. Shulms. I beg that you don't. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here.
I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Shulms and Iris have something of a parent-child relationship, don't they?
Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here.
Come to think of it,
I wonder where her real parents are.
what's the matter, Runo? You have such a funny look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Shulms, you're wondering, am I right? How did you... Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book.
Ugh, this girl is dangerous.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything, I won't mind. Jeannie! So, by Jeannie, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the Gilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest color smoke grenade I developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Jeannie wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyways. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Jeannie to arrive. It's been too long since she came over last. I'm so excited. I just hope she doesn't actually come. Living with Sholmes. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yeah. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal case over there. Really? He recorded them all? So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with him? He tackled some of the most taxing cases? Oh yeah! I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly! Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. I found your father's memoirs. Yeah, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me that's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. Late night rice. Actually, that sounds good. I might actually make hot dogs later tonight. Iris's father. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, it must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. I've always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all of those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved a case, it's all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You could say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris's father, who went to some distant land and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson.
The court will now hear the trial Rio Nosuke Norohodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yomei University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Yeah, that's exactly right, Chozo. Miss Susato. Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best.
Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you!
Mr. Sholmes.
Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before?
Huh?
Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you?
We've been with you for most of the day.
Goodness, really?
Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed?
My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows.
Oh, another music box disc?
No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGilded's disc.
Oh my.
Then, what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught.
Right.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all of our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted.
I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Ugh.
I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard.
Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising aptitude is precisely why I always carry some of this.
That's a bar caramel, Mr. Sholmes.
Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh yes, of course.
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellows, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not?
Yes, you did, but I still don't understand.
It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars like this.
That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image on the caramel.
Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting, the results of a precisely controlled solution.
How extraordinary.
Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played.
Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play?
Well, unfortunately, I have no idea.
No idea?
None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making different notes. The first music box to be invented used a rotating cylinder with a protuberances on it. Protuberances. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which used discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as results. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of this invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, as we have no doubt of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. I see. So that's why... Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, it to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's early for you, always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. But... Magnus McGilded, not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it has only been 2 months since that grisly case. He got that ADHD to hyperfixate on the disc, doesn't he? Mr. McGilded perished within hours of that trial's conclusion. It's the boy. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ashes, and a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, past my stare when I'm microwaving my food at 3 a.m. The newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Trice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGill was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Jeannie will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me know. You must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Winterberg sent before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly machines lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incisive as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Winterberg's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault. And what about you, and what about your Stradivarius, Harley? Was that safe and secure? Well, that may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Bruno, The Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Winterbanks. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Jeannie! Miss Lestrade! This was a bad idea. I knew I wasn't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Yes, just wait there, Jeannie. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? It won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome, is it then? Kitty!
That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholm's violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Jeannie, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night.
The 15th of April, 9:34 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy.
That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strings of Mr. Sholm's violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Mr. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah. One that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever is it, it's making me feel uneasy. Who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Iris, hello again. And Gina, too. Yeah, Gina's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Jeannie? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I haven't had tea in a while. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh? What in particular? All those things Jeannie showed us? Wasn't it wonderful? You mean all those pickpocketing techniques we had fun trying? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. Actually, I don't think the telegram has anything to do with the case. We don't know much about it until quite later, if I recall. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine. Actually, is it missing? No, it's not. How dare you, game. It should have been missing from the court record until now. Wait, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Jeannie? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh, no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but... it's a story you made up, is it, Iris? That mental script, or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's... That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Jenny, but... my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. His partner? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. Partner! Sorry. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's the old man now, then? He went to go get milk and cigarettes. He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. I'm gonna take a drink. That's right, I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I had written it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. Why not? It's one of my best works! I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, is it? Yes. I really said I had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets me, goat. That does. It's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. Too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris, I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me.
Right, now we need to examine her face. And talk to her. Your parents! I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any ever. Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our moms. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift someone's pompous idiot's purse. Because capitalism is stupid. And that's how we afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Iris.
Sholmes's lie.
Gina, what do you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that manuscript or whatever, right? Come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Why do you think that, Gina? It's simple. It's the story. If that store was really an old Winterbank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. But telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that, I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Winterbanks. You'd soon see it if you had luck. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? But I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time! Come along, Jeannie, we should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. Please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning, I insist. Oh, yes please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. She's still just a child. She's still just a child. Let me remind everyone in chat that. And anyone else listening. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san.
Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father. But also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yubei University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Hi, Busy Bee. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Ugh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Wait a minute, why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's? Oh no. It's simple. If that store was really an old Windibank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words you, could have known about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Mr. Sato.
16th of April, 1:14 a.m., Baker Street.
The door to the Windibanks is open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Ah, my voice. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot?
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
But
After them, go!
right. Blast! I've lost them.
Hello, what do we have here? We was just raiding some pawnbrokers, sir. Would you know something about that?
Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot.
Shot?
The policeman closed behind me and ran back to Windibanks.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo!
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom.
really, Busy Bee? Busy Bee, why? This is supposed to be a dramatic climax.
It's Gina!
To be continued! Oh my god! And we will save. Now the real question is, what do I feel like doing right now? You know what? Since I did start kind of late, I think I'll do one more little chapter. Or like one more part. Yeah, so we'll do one more part. Ah! I'll be right, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go! Behind that door in the storeroom. Hurry! It's Gina. From that moment, Windabank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B Baker Street. Because I like saying it. Anyways. Tea! 16th of April, 6:21 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard to not let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm so sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windabank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windabanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windabank, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Jeannie, but why? Well, the thing is... No, Jeannie wouldn't do something like that. I know, none of us think she did it. Why have they arrested her? I'm sorry, there's nothing I could do. I don't understand why they arrested Jeannie. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Winterbank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all of his deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me there was no one else in the room. Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well... what can I say? Damned if I agree, damned if I don't. So where's Hurley then, if he's still there investigating the scene? He really ought to be having some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some bad news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Winterbanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No! No! It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. They're tending to him there. I must see him at once! I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair! I'm a family member, I should be allowed! No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. It was the 2 thugs who were in Mr. Winterbake's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when they disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Runo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Where's Susie, Runo? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they still haven't finished. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Mr. Sada stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again soon, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Runo. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm
I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Yes! I'd love to! Gina's at the prison. Mr. Stroms is probably in his hospital bed. Don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. I see you're ready for action. Imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later.
Well, in that case, to the hospital, since I clearly stated it.
Well, let's check out the hospital then. Mr. Sholmes. The 16th of April, St. Sinners Hospital. Ward 3. Hurley? Oh. He's not here. He's not here! Oh, that's strange. Nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, what do we have here?
This war is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh?
Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin.
Oh! Begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. Right, Mr. Solver as a mysterious family, eh?
That's how you see us? Sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley?
I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am, undergoing extensive operation.
Extensive?
It has been several hours since they went in.
Dear, is he going to be alright?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. Anesthetics, that is. I've heard a report the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it might be fair to assume that it won't be back here for several hours yet.
I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley.
Oh, to the prison. 16th of April, local prison, cell number 13.
Gina! Hello, Gina. I love how long this takes her. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made? I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though.
What are you here for?
Jeannie. Feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you.
Well, you can't.
Sorry?
Yeah, get lost.
Don't be like that, Jeannie. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't.
Think you know me? Pull the other one.
Oh?
You got the first idea about the likes of me.
I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street.
That's how I get by. That's how I get by.
And if I sold me a chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week.
Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am.
But, Jeannie...
I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. I told him to get stuffed.
I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she tried. Why are you being like this, Genie? I don't understand, Gina. Why would you send the public defender away? You want me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. Don't pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in a back slums me whole life. It's a hidden message of pleas for help. Aww. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and entirely snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're going to grass, dead. Gina, listen. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's car, I could... Forget it! Genie, don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. Why, Genie? Why would you do that? Ain't obvious, the place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Dolphin ain't easy, you know. It'll all work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? Hello, Lucas. Well, are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyways, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Genie. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me, don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we could help.
No, yawning.
Sorry. But at a time, they're gonna want to question me now. Genie, please. I'm doing pretty good. Well, I took a big nap when I got home today, so... Oh yeah? I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Photographic prints of a really adorable cat. Found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. Wonder what a little photograph like this was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Genie. White cat photograph has been entered into the court record. And that's all we have here. To the crime scene! 16th of April. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. This is where it happened then last night? That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. Oh, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that. Gregson! Oh, Inspector, good morning. I suppose I ought to thank you for the vigilance last night. We got the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away in mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assign extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming!
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital attended to him as we speak.
But I don't think it's Runo's fault for that rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. Jet in Black is totally blameless. Everyone is in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change.
Well, me manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice?
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some nice special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some.
Ah, lovely. So very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
I don't even recognize him like this. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector?
Welcome to it, really. Very simple cases. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that driver we arrested last night, in fact.
Gina? You're going to charge her?
That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me!
Your ladyship, as much as I could oblige you, I'm afraid.
Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you?
What?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? How? How could you possibly know that?
I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you?
Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat.
And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison?
She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course.
Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's been operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I am family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, no visiting and all. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midrib. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Those are fish and chips, Joseph. Oh no. It didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They gotta stop the bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better. Of course, your ladyship. You'll be right straight before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Because of course. Yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. Better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Okami, hello! How are you doing, you sweet bean? Hope you're doing well. How's your night been? Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear result of the operating theatre. I have made a large mistake. I fell asleep and napped at like 7 p.m. Oh no! And just woke up. You must have been really tired. Are you feeling okay, Okami? I'm gonna eat this cookie. Alright. Her ladyship. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. Telling me to fuck off, never better. No. Kami, I am going to give you such a hug. And make sure that you feel all warm and cozy, okay? What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. What's the sauce, Sonny? I'm a copper and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's cause of those adventures of Erlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I, Inspector Tobias Gregson? Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is as smart as the Scotland Yard is how he puts it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. That's amazing. All because every one of y'all reads them. I read all of Erlock Sholmes' stories. They even set me up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you've been such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it would take is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective would say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what you'll happen to my cellar if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't thank you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. But that would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when that new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. God. Chozo, you get nothing. Oh, lovely. To very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, what is it?
I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about until now.
Important message? I wonder what it could be. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector?
Ah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Dear Susie, is she alright?
She's at the station.
She's at the station, is she? Being questioned, I believe.
Nope, not anymore. She had to head off.
Head off? Where?
Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her.
Ah, of course. I'd forgotten about that.
One of the whipstocks took her there in the yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go meet her there.
She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard's a bloomin' message.
She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard's a bloomin' messaging service.
I see. Well, thank you for passing that along, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go to see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away.
I clean broke out, I did. A new location has been added.
The 16th of April,
British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you.
So everything with regards to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust?
Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland.
Wait, what did you just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about?
Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague.
What's this all about? Why were you talking about Mr. Sato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jeannie's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Mr. Sato, what's this all about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it... That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no. Professor Mikotoba?
If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryonosuke no Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at UMA University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. It seems he grows weaker by the day. I don't believe it.
As you're aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Sada's departure as much as possible.
Yes, absolutely. They only said for about 10 days. We don't know. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court. Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of her trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later?
Gina. Oh, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An all too transpicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the odd is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Genie would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Lord Strongheart?
In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palatable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend.
Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me."
There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart.
Which is...
It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her.
a timely suggestion.
Sorry?
The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair! Yeah, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right.
Why would she do that?
A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison.
Yes, thank you.
Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you.
Good day. Tina charged with murder, Susada-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie... You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, judicial assistant, my personal circumstances of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go! If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Back to prison I go. Hello again, Gina. What are you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look, you can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a gloom parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie? Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's wrong, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. It's my fault? Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Jeannie? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but... is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. Case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. 'Cause in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now?
like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. Coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilda was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. Knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing, and then I heard that loud thud like something falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilda discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had the cub's blood all over them. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands. In other words, it was Gina that the witness on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGilda started asking questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. But what do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you? How? He made me swear about what I seen and what I heard. About what we was gonna do after the cover was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarper before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore. You must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. You said Mr. McGilda made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. Well, you were in the pitch black apartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilda sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thought of the cup hitting the floor, I let a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. So McGilda heard that and dragged me out by me arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc. Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what the deed took off me at the window banks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long, McGilda spotted it straight away. Picked it up smallish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me I want to mutter a word of it to no one. Because it was so dark under the seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin, showing that was Mr. McGilda getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilda and the victim. Mr. Trice-fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in the carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? So, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGill and the victim knew each other. So Mr. McGilded was lying, as I suspected. I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to stop, McGilded told me to eye it back under the seat again. Climbed in, waited. The two coves come from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, Miss McGill asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is to take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your trouble, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibank's. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as it could. So then there was no one left in the carriage, and McGill had opened the box under the seat and let me get out there, but not without conditions. I see. What were McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything. About what I saw, what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? But wait, there's more. Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked if I go pop... You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Hey! Finn's taking me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. I want you lads to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right, and I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You want to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And do whatever you do, don't lose it. Hi, Soul. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you have to go to the pawn shop Windibank, so it is, and you're to extend the loan after the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old Finn can come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of price. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me... Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I have no doubt. Coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that they might say? And what it is that they won't? I'm doing pretty good, Soul. How are you, you lovely being? Yes. So many dots later. After he'd gone over it, I parked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. Yay! It's good to hear, Soul. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom, I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we wouldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGill would have... In an heartbeat, he could have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted to. But then where would we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it, you must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate... what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. What? Apparently having a big operation right now, Jeannie. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that. Ms. Susato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing. Poor Jeannie. She seems so lonely. Quite the opposite, Chozo. Jeannie's representation papers have been entered into the court record. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Jeannie when we're done here. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at least. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now, it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Oh, we are to be continued. Oh.
What do you know?
Ugh. Ugh. Alright. I am definitely getting a little hungry and tired, and I definitely want to just eat food and eat hot dogs. I think I can make hot dogs today. Hold on.
Looks like good old Reliable is there.
As usual. I'm always happy when good old Reliable is there. Okay. as you can imagine, I need to very... Nope. Oh, nope. Nope, 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 stop it. Exit the game. Good day to you. Wait, I don't need to do that. No. Exit. No need. Goodbye. Yes. I've already saved. There we go. We'll call it a day. Wait. There we go. Also, thank you, Long Lost. Yeah, I'll be playing more of this tomorrow, everybody. As I will be playing... hopefully what's the end of the investigation part of this. And, oh goodness, what else is there? Yeah, I'll be doing that mostly tomorrow. It probably will actually take me tomorrow and probably even the rest of Friday, too. I don't know, we'll see how this goes. I really do want to finish this part of the story as quickly as I can. But, thank you all so much for being here and for just being all cozy and comfy with me. As Long Last has shown, I do have a lovely Twitter, Discord, Blue Sky, and YouTube, which is always nice and fun, and you're more than welcome to join any of those. But for now, I'm just gonna go right into good old spacing, because good old reliable, which I love. I do hope you all have been having just a lovely day, though, and I hope that you guys will want to see more of this tomorrow. I'd be so happy to see you. I don't know, I'm really enjoying this story. Also, I really haven't finished the story in a very long time, so it's gonna be a lot of fun for me. But yeah, I don't got much else to say other than thank you so much for being here. I very much appreciate it, and I hope you all stay well. Until next time, everybody, bye.